All right. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on when you're joining us from. Cosmic here, back with more CZN. We are back with more Tenebria, doing more of her kit testing. We did sleep. I did actually work at, after the stream this morning, finished the video, worked, passed out. And now we're back here for part two. But also, apparently a major storm just started outside, so if the stream randomly crashes, that's why. Oh, I forgot. Huh. There we go. Hopefully that is all illuminated now. So, yeah, she's been pretty interesting so far, and a lot of people have asked, where is it? Oops, save data. A lot of people have been talking about more of this, like, Mei Lin build of just, like, spamming passion cards, which, somebody else had also commented you could use this with Selena instead, and Selena wouldn't have to worry about the elasticity issue. But my Selena is dog water. If y'all saw our Heidi Mari video, that's supposed to highlight Selena. We just cannot get good artifacts or memory fragments for her. So it's just like, I don't want to try to do another Selena showcase with Tenebria when, like, my damage is just not there, period. 10 pulls to get Tenebria. Do I use some of my 170 pulls to get Arya? So Arya is a super interesting partner, because, right, normally when we get these partners, like, especially 9, right, where it's like, oh, Narja's buff is only activated if you play a 6-cost instinct card, right? So it's like, okay, cool, I'm never getting this buff unless it's on Narja, unless it's mealtime. But for this one, it is just a straight, hey, if you are using basic attacks, all of this is great. And so this is usable on Chizuru. It's going to be usable on Rita. It's also going to be usable on Tenebria. So this is definitely more of like a, hey, if you have all of these characters comment. But in terms of partners that we've had in recent memory, other than like Sophia was also really good, right? Sophia, even if she had the passion tag, the bullet condition was different and the ego skill was different, right? Other than Sophia, this feels like one of the better partners that we've had in quite some time. So if you like Chizuru and if you like Rita and stuff, if you want to use those characters more, yeah, I would say it's definitely one of the better partners that we've seen just in terms of overall account flexibility. What was the takeaway from last stream? Mei Lin is still a bit of a meme, unfortunately. That's kind of what it broke down to. Like, this build does work, but the reality is that you can set up like a really cool elasticity for like, or sorry, a really cool Rising Dragon Spire for like over 30 hits. And I missequenced for my video. I probably should have tried editing it a few more times, but whatever. You can do all that, right? But as long as elasticity exists, which it does, in like 99% of content, thank you. Forgot to re-enable that after recording. Thank you, Roland. Elasticity just still kills a lot of fun. So after that video, someone again did comment that, what about Selena? And I think Selena is going to be like a better, pick. But here's the thing that I keep going back to, right? And no matter how much like I might have fun trying to figure out the character, it always comes back to, okay, if her damage is fine, you probably already had Diana, or you probably already had Heidi Mari. So it's like getting Tenebria, even if she like out damages Diana, I don't know that yet, but like, let's just say Diana is going to be slightly less damaged than Tenebria. Okay, that doesn't like unlock anything new for you, right? Like, you get a new playstyle, but there's no content in the game other than like the currently Shield Great Rift, which, as we all know, will go away eventually. There's nothing right now that says, hey, I have to have Tenebria. So, again, I think a lot of my hesitation is just like the passion DPS fatigue that we have going on right now. Yeah, I'm really curious to get her other, like, damage-dealing build with Arpeggio. Because I realized today that these are not additive. For some reason, I thought this entire time that these were additive, which was, like, really bad, by the way. But now I've realized that they are multiplicative, which is, again, I've been sleeping, but this has got to be insane. Is it more damage than, like, Hidimari? Probably not, but, like, I do appreciate that she is going to have what is now appearing to be a very solid damage build. And that's got to count for something. So that's on our plate today. We're going to try to focus all in on the damage versions of her to figure out if it's good or not. And then I don't know how we're... I always try to do 3 builds for my characters. Or, like, for my, my day 1 guides. And I think if you're doing the... this rhythm I was very impressed with, by the way, for those that didn't catch the video. I think this one is actually insane. I think if you're doing this one, there has to be a payoff of I need attacks to matter, which traditionally is Mei Lin, or traditionally is going to be like Selena. So I think there's that like support build. I don't have a better name for it. I'm going to call it a support build. You have like Tenebria support, which is possible. If you use the arpeggio, you have like this really cool sequencing damage, but then like the other builds just like don't really enable anything else within her kit. I've been wanting to go back to this one. Like, I think there's probably something here because it's really not hard to get 5 rhythm activations with her now that I've like understood more of her kit. It is a bit of a drawback that you lose out on this card, but I think because this has, well, what would be 6 hits, right? This probably does fine damage if you put this in, like, to the Cassius and Mika Season 3 style of teams that we've been seeing. So, again, nothing special per se, but it's an option. Arpeggio is also now Rift meta now that they fixed 3-4-5 costing. Oh, shit. I have still not looked into Great Rift, admittedly, unfortunately. Full scale does now drag some GR back. Well, yeah, but like if you have Mei Lin, right? I'm assuming that there is a way that we could have Mei Lin with her basic attacks and just building her a little bit differently that is going to also work compared to Tenebria's kit. Tenebria's are now up there on the leaderboard. It took a day and a half. I guess we could look, right? No. I can't look. Oh, no, that's right. We did try the build. I forgot that we were locked out. That was like the very end of the stream. I thought we were still locked out from earlier. No, Merit. Yeah, being up for like 21 hours straight is always a rough time. Bro, can she get a break? I swear to God, why does it always come back to Nia, man? Oh, I don't know where my cap went. Did I put it in my pocket? All right, no idea where that went. Oh, that's funny. That is everything that is expected. Oh, they deleted their Tenebria, sure. Oh, they have like the more, this is like the support version that I did in my video, which I don't think this, how are they up that high on the leaderboard? Did I click out of something? No, this is Masters. Oh, it's you, Cappy. Arpeggio, yeah, it is Arpeggio. Or I guess one of the Arpeggios does cycle, right? Yeah, I forgot the low-end arpeggios do cycle. You can control his stacking. Didn't somebody confirm that was a bug, though? I thought I did see that somebody said Spotlight is bugged out currently. Oh, that was you. I see. Well, cool. I guess I'm glad we're both a huge fan of that Spotlight. Damn, I was really, so obviously I haven't tested this yet, but I was really banking on the select and move one because I want to do a like a multi-stack hitting on Arpeggio 5. That is where my brain went, but cool to see. I mean, I think what else is different from the builds? Other than obviously Arpeggio. Oh, morale buff, sure. Oh yeah, I guess you could yeah, you could also just do the draw instead of the discard since they are multiplicative instead. Multiplicative. I could talk, man. Okay, what else we got here? Oh, Blaze I know is usually always up there. I'll show shout out to Mask of Flames. Spams 4-5 only. There's got to be other. Like again, I'm just looking at the 80 points left. Because you could at least take the upgrade, right? At a minimum, the upgrade could fit in here. You can't take more than 7 actions each turn in Rift. Oh, is that what it ended up being? Okay, so that makes more sense then. That would explain why we died a lot earlier. Man, that just sucks, right? Because that means that everyone is building Tenebria wrong because of what the Great Rift requires. That's so stupid, man. That's annoying. Why are we encouraging, like, bad deck building? Well, again, I guess that's the whole point of Great Rift, is to challenge deck building, yada, 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 but that's a bummer. I know people are going to have, like, the wrong takeaways from it. Which means I have to farm everything twice. Ah! Why, man? Bummer. All right. Where is my... Because again, this was the other build that we did with Fermata, but yeah, by the way, this is how sleep deprived I was getting when we were like all-in Serenial support, which again, I can't even like build this out now as like a proper meme because unfortunately we're not allowed to have nice things apparently. Arpeggio. Oh, I guess this means you can't even do the, Wait, does activating count that as playing in terms of the Great Rift, or is this Spotlight still safe to use? But no, wasn't it like... Yeah, like, you could use Upgrade Encore just for free then, right? Like, I don't think that build had Encore, if I remember correctly. Photo is just unfortunately bad in these builds. Where was... What other card were they missing? Yeah, they're only Spotlight, so they don't have the CNR either. I guess maybe you don't need it. Again, I've been really surprised at how well this helps filter out your deck. Again, extra damage, but I guess we'd have to see how much that matters. Wait, so is it card activations or is it action counts? Because all of these have haste, right? So I don't know if there's like a hard... I don't know if there's like a timer. Okay. Does Torture's Toolbox still work? So I guess haste is free. And Arpeggio does have a lot of haste value. Boss has super cancer. Got it. I hate it here. Hate that. Okay, well, good to know we got to go for the upgrade Encore then. This doesn't have a combo or anything, right? Draw 2, retain. No, we're just getting the cost reduction, I guess, is the only thing. So I guess you're looking at something like this then, right? There's no haste neutral that I'm forgetting, right? Discard. And I don't believe there was a haste, where's the draw one? I don't think there was any way to give Personas haste, right? There's like no haste one built in. Now I'm doing the whole like, let's just find every haste ability. I mean, Tenebria and Adelheid can work together, yes. Just depends on like who else you have on your account and what type of combos you're ultimately trying to put together. Man, actually this does mean like Nia Eternal Hunger is also not great, right? Is it on an attack then? Was it 25% multi-haste engraving? Oops, wrong one. Resonance. Ravage, attunement. Oh, you're talking about equips. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just like, if we only have 7, that makes this boss super awkward, man. Bro, is it time just to bring back Glorious Resistance? Am I that far gone on the cope? Gives us an extra AP without having to play anything, right? Only like 2 of the Arpeggio cards have haste though, right? Oh, 3 have haste, actually. So 1 more than I thought. I mean, I guess that's fine, right? Because we can just loop 3, which has haste, and then we'll always activate one of the other ones, and we just, like, keep letting this be a focus. So I guess the question is, how much draw do we have? Or how much, be like 4? How many do we have to play? I just hate that this eats an entire turn, right, man? That's just awful. How much damage does the boss even do? I do not remember. One, two. Or wait, no, because it's even if we have 0 card supports, like literal 0, right? It's still gonna add in 2. It's still gonna add 6 cards into the deck. Could Solo survive with Rey as only healer? Yeah, it feels like they can't limit it so much and then not allow us to have a decent amount of sustain just by, like, passive stuff. Oh. You probably can't afford to have 4 Spotlight. That's so silly, man. I do love how everyone just has, like, the standard go sicko, go crazy for the first half, though. Why is her belly button so high? No idea. Oh, shout out to, someone did do Nargel, Nargel? Holy shit, I'm having a stroke. Nargel. Nargel Thornberry. What is going on, bro? This is what happens when you stay up so long. Anyways, Narja Adelheid is what I was trying to say. But yeah, like they made the build, but I don't know how you. Wait, how many points are people at for Masters right now? Oh, I guess it is just 1 million. Yo, Magna? Hell yeah. That makes sense too, right? You have Magna who's just going to be adding vulnerable stacks, which is like what you want. I really do like this idea of a build too. And again, just make sure you have Nexus. Oops. Rita? Hell yeah. How's the brainstorm coming along? Well, we were informed that we're not allowed to have fun during this Great Rift, so I'm kind of changing my plans for what I wanted to do versus trying to make something with Great Rift. With Great Rift in mind, which is unfortunate. Oh shit, they got call and response, man. Hell yeah. Oh, I guess gear bags are going to be hella important too, right? To get your initial setup turns going. Where's that Rita deck that we just saw? Yep. So it is the Chrono Circle upgrade that we had talked about previously. So they are using her as a draw bot. Wait a minute. Where's your... So what I was going to say is that they were going to use Rita. So the other thing I was thinking about, right? If you use this, and if you use the 2-cost Spotlight, you can guarantee that you always draw your 3 Spotlight every turn. The thing is, I don't know what else we're doing with Rita, right? So the idea would be, and then Ray is just whatever deck filtering you want to do, right? So for those that don't know how this works, we got to change these. What is even a good other... You could make one of them draw 2, I guess. Can we get harmonization to work? We'd have 3 AP. We go down to what? No, because we need some type of... Wait, what AP values did they have then? If they don't have... Yep, the 3 vulnerable off time axis collapse makes sense. Am I having a stroke? I guess that's why they're... Decrease cost of this cost by 2. Yeah, they're just going for the all-in. Rita's not doing anything in this build, unfortunately. But yeah, that's the part I wasn't sure about. I don't know how we're getting the AP otherwise. Because you're going to need something that produces extra AP if you're going to go all in on the Spotlight version, right? So, for the sake of this, let's just grab... Sure. Just for the sake of the demonstration, let's grab this. Call and response, you have to make sure that this is not a 2-cost, so just any other ones would work. Encore... I guess there's like your 1 AP. So here's the problem, right? We could guarantee that we get all 3 of these to your hand every turn, and then you would be able to draw out all of your basics very, very easily. But now it becomes a question of, like, what other tools do we have to make sure that we get, you know, 3 extra AP to make all of this happen? So this is, like, the cool part of this character and trying to make it all work, but I don't remember what else she has in her kit. This has to get changed to any of the other ones. Chronos Circle, you would want to change it to the draw. Which leaves us with Future Decree. Which I accidentally just deleted. I mean, Future Decree does have the 2-cost play for free, right? And that would cheat you actions. Gosh darn it. Loki, I kind of forget what the other ones are. Okay, yeah, whatever. Keep that. This has to become the 3-cost. This becomes this, but then, like, I don't know how... We're, like, still short on AP, right? I mean, I guess you are getting it off her ability, so the Future Decrees would be... So something like this, because keep in mind, this says attack card. So even though this costs 2, you're able to loop this back to... Now, actually, wait, the third one doesn't do anything, right? Actually, I guess the second one doesn't do anything either, because you're only ever going to play 3 of these. So you could do something like that for Rita, but I don't know how we're drawing enough cards to, like, make this a consistent... Oh, why did the Future Decree go way up there? So that would be more of, like, your Rita support plan for this type, right? And then we have 2 different... I guess probably can just cut this as well. You have 2 upgrades, so there's just the 2 cards plus the basics left in deck. But again, the basics you'll be able to filter out quite fast. You It's got to be a 0-card Yuki deck, man. I'm not falling for this shit again. Sure is, boss. Sure is. I love the idea of just being like, screw it, man. We are just doing Haidimari, whatever. We don't need your points. Hugo. Yeah, I do appreciate how there's just a lot of Haidimari that's up here as well. Oh yeah, just standard. Do your source of water, man. That's fine. Jesus, shout out to Dominion. 0-card decks were a thing a while ago. I don't know how easy it is to make them anymore, but I know some people still try to put them together. It's been so long since I've used this. Ascension happens at start of battle before draw, right? So this is just a free draw 3, so you have an 8-card hand every turn. Do I have a Rita build that does this already? Again, I don't know how we're paying the AP cost, but if I can get 1 million with Rita, I think people would appreciate it. Oh, that's right. We did the Fate imprint. I forgot about that. No, so we would have to refarm. We'd have to refarm, and personas don't matter for her. I guess who cares about this, right? We could just use Ray for her activate all basics. Actually, no, we still can't. We still can't get the AP we need. We'd have to get like multiple glorious resistances, right? And that feels dangerous because this is only +1 AP. All right, let me... What would this full team, like, nope, properly look like? Anything to just filter this out. These two are worthless. Yeah, again, the problem with snack time is that it just doesn't stick around. Can I don't think we can live through a triple glorious resistance team. It would be hilarious. But I don't think that's a realistic thing for us to shoot for. Because, yeah, technically, if we put a glorious resistance on every person, we could then guarantee that we draw a triple spotlight every turn and be able to fully cycle through the arpeggios. But this is a lot of damage, otherwise, to make up for. We can't Cassius Full House. Yeah, Veronica, and here's the other thing, like, I get a lot of people are... I've learned very quickly in the conversations of Tenebria, a lot of people are building from two different fundamental starting points, right? either people are starting from the path of least resistance, which is just slapping a Veronica on your team, calling it good, having all your draw and being done with it, or you have people who are starting from the other side and what is the most amount of damage that I can get, and then how many steps away from that do I need to take for it to be realistic? So those are like two very different starting points from like a deck building philosophy. And for me personally, I always start at the top end. I always say, what is going to give me the most damage every single turn versus, you know, what is going to be the easiest to do per se. So I always try to figure out what's going to give me all the damage amp that I want, what's giving us boosting of all of our effects. Because again, this does have morale on it. Technically, this is giving us some amount of passive damage increase. We could just easily add divines onto a couple of these as well, which again, morale for arpeggios is not the best thing in the world, but it's still something. Again, the third character is just what's kind of awkward. But as we've learned with the Fermata or whatever the other rhythm card is, having a combination of any spotlight when you have call and response in your deck is going to just immediately draw all of your basics for you. Eternal Flame Hell Farm. Oh, for the, what is it? +1 AP on 3 costs? That one? There's also a different gear that does it, right? So yeah, this is unfortunate that it's like almost there. Oh, I forgot I even had the other mode now I think about it. Hold on, what is the base version? Okay, yeah, so technically, right, it would have to be 2 different named ones and do like this. Or wait, no, it does not work because Arpeggio becomes all of Tenebria's. So it does not work, unfortunately. So you can only use Chrono Circle for that, for this gimmick. +1 cost to all attack cards and buffs all cards cost 1 or higher by 40% upgrade. I do not remember that one. How many cards we have left in deck? So sorry, let me think about this again, because this, no matter what, is going to happen at start of turn as long as... Oh, no, because it still requires us to play one of our cards, right? We would still have to make sure that we're getting Future Decreed every time. No, it's 2 cost or lower, right? This does not say target. Never mind. What other cards would we have in our hand at that point, though? I mean, we have a good amount of draw. It's just, again, we don't have the AP needed. I might just straight cut this and just do our Mika save just for the sake of testing. I don't think this Rita does anything for us in particular, but it is fun. The thing is, I just have to figure out how we are getting her cards to get looped. Right? You'd have to have some type of guaranteed draw to make sure that you're still getting your stacks going. Because our arpeggios only draw arpeggios, right? It's not like a generic cycle. Epiphanies. Rhythm, rhythm, rhythm. Yeah, it's only rhythm. Need to spend 6 to 7 mana on Rita after the second turn? Oh, right, because Ascension doesn't end drain end of turn, right? So we'd have to, or you have to burn through it and then get your stacks back up. Man, yeah. So I don't think we can get the Rita package to work. You are right. I know that has to be draw pile. Ugh. So again, this is why you normally just like do this and then slap a morale on it instead, right? You're like, oh, look how cool this is. Then you just always draw 3 of these cards every turn. Right? So you do something like this and be like, oh my god, it's so cool. Look at my morale, look at my morale buffing Rita. So, to be fair, if we did this and then we did, or no, it's the same issue. We can't take all these actions, right? That is the problem. We are limited to 7 actions. Is 3 Spotlight enough for the Tenebria deck? We're trying to think about like how we can play around Great Rift because we're only allowed to take 7 actions apparently. But yeah, this is like the default Rita shenanigans for those that don't know. Which, again, under normal circumstances, this would actually be pretty cool because you're getting 9 morale and the deck is going to cycle itself every turn because the basics count for her instead. Again, morale is not exactly what we want anyways, but this is often what a lot of people will come back to. But a problem is, as soon as we have a different 2-cost card, then we're not reliably cycling these every time. Yeah, I hate to say this, but we might have just been right the first time with our Spotlight, but I think that's also just the issues with the Great Rift. Like, I am pretty confident that... Oop, wrong one. I'm pretty confident that this is going to do more damage the way that we want to stack it, but I fear that for the Great Rift, you're going to have to just do something like this instead. Because you're not allowed to kind of build out what you want. And when did you copy the select 1 attack artifact? Well, the issue goes back to just not being able to have enough stuff to play, right? And then Gear Bag is only going to work for, like, the first turn. I mean, I guess if I really wanted to, I probably should, like, farm this build out eventually at some point anyways. Decrease stress by 5, sure. I don't think any of these matter. Oh yeah, that has initiation by default. What? Why does that have Mark on it? Hello? Sure, I guess. I mean, like, I'll just take my generic morale instead, right? So, what are we getting? 3, 6, 9, 10. It's like 13 morale for free, effectively. So, yeah, there's like a default Rita build. But man, like, again, the issue is I don't know how we're allowed, because, right, this is going to be 3 actions. This would be 6 actions. So we're just kind of dead in the water, right, after this? So it'd have to be... Or wait, I forgot. Hold on, I forgot we swapped spotlights. I forgot we swapped spotlights. Hold on. Or, sorry, the divine, not swap the one. So it's only 3 this way. Right, but we don't have the draw anymore. We don't have, we can't guarantee that these are going to be in our hand. I hate how expensive Glorious Resistance is, man. So, like, if we're going to go... The thing is, like, we just have so many expensive things to play out, right? And these don't matter. This does not have combo built in either. Applying initiation's funny just so you can make sure that you're getting, you know, everything out of it. But this is another one where it's just like get gear bags and then only have the basic attacks, right? And then what? So this would cycle the hand every turn. This is 0, so we have 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Still 11 card deck. Or did I count that right? Yeah, because these don't count. Because these will be drawn. So we'd have 11 cards and 5. 1, 2. All right, we can't add draw to a draw card. Dang it. I feel like this is still better because it's going to cycle for us anyways, but yeah, we don't have any draw beyond this. That's like the other problem. There's no draw in here to get us back. Is there another reason to play the Strike of Darkness that plays all basic attack cards? Only for the sake of just trying to thin out the deck as much as possible right now. I think it is fine because it also has like the draw on it, but I like the current issue that I'm facing is that I fear we're stuck trying to figure out how the hell we're getting the spotlights in our hand. That is like the main problem that I'm running into. Oh, I guess just draw one of this unit, but unfortunately it's gonna pop us back up to 2 cost, which is too expensive. Retain, ego skill, defeat, draw. A lot of these don't really matter. What non-rhythm cards are we gonna have? Or I guess before I forget, right, we'd want to include one of these just to, oops. So we'd have a 1-card deck. So again, the problem is, like, we're going to eventually discard it, and then we can't get this back to hand. So the other thing with Arpeggio is I don't know how AP hungry it is because I haven't gone through, like, the actual sequencing of it yet. Unfortunately, this means that we also can't reliably cycle the spotlights as much as I wanted. Because they're going to go into the use pile, not the... they're going to go into the use pile, not discard. So this is 3 actions, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, again, like this is already at 7. I don't know how and again, I think we just have to drop Rita. Like, again, keep in mind that morale is not as good for Arpeggio, but man, I really want to have a showcase for Rita. But these 3 actions that don't add a lot are really holding us back. A lot of people are still out. So unfortunately, keep in mind what people are going to be playing for this Great Rift does not mean it is the best partners for Tenebria long term. So unfortunately, there's like a very weird gimmick for this Great Rift that is going to force very unoptimized deck building considerations based on what we've done in previous seasons. So I'm not a fan. It's going to, you know, let a lot of people learn the wrong lessons about her kit. But at the same time, we got to build something. So here we are. Ray can also have draw on her Strike of Darkness. Oh, what I put on there? Yeah, I did put a draw on there. And again, I think in this case, we just have, right, we have all these extra points for Ray that don't do anything. So for most situations here, right, you're just like, hey, let me get all the, where is, nope, went too far. Nope, wrong one. There we go. Because, again, for early deck cycling, there's no penalty for might as well grab these and get your extra morale and get your extra, like, turn 1 set up. Yeah, so I guess here's kind of the other part, right? Like, when we think about Arpeggio, what I really want to focus on is going to be just getting this one looped back, which is going to have haste. So this is why I was so focused on the 2-cost version, because I just want to loop back the haste ones. We have, you know, decrease cost on both of these, but these are going to have our highest damage values. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, but again, if haste isn't saving us anyways, I guess it's kind of a moot point, right? Unfortunately. Oh, there's my cap. Whoop. But yeah, I think the, again, main issue right now is that we just don't have enough draw for how limiting that this is going to be. It almost feels like you're not even supposed to build out. You're not even supposed to, like, build out Tenebria, right? Like, you just go down to... God, what would this even be? You would do, like, this. Sure, we'll throw an AP on it just because. Call and response definitely stays. We've had enough with that one. Ooh, I don't know if this works with Ray or not. I would hope that it does. Okay, let's get this out of here now that we know that we're not doing this, right? And then we would have something like this instead. Oh, that did not... Hold on. Wrong one. Nope, that was the right one. Why is that... Okay, I hate that that's putting that in, like, the wrong sequencing. But keeping in mind with the arpeggios, a lot of them are drawing, so as long as we're activating them, it should be fine. I just wish there was, like, an easy way to get it to hand otherwise. But this just keeps bringing us back to, like, yeah, I guess Spotlight is the all-star, and that is the one that you're hyper-focused on. Man, I really hate this wants us to just do very thin decks and just not having fun, to be honest. Wait, what are we missing? Encore, Call, Spotlight... Oh, photo time. Yeah, photo time gets cut. That doesn't matter. You can stack the 180 and 150 Strike of Darkness for a total of 330. Oh, you mean her other, like, normal attack, right? Wherever it is. No, not that one. Yeah, so, like, this one, for example. Wait, which one's the 100? Did I miss one? No, that was that one. Right, just removing it completely, right? Yep. Oh, yeah, again, the main challenge here is just having enough of the sequencing for it. So, yeah, I honestly just need to test Arpeggio for myself. To see how we can get it to work. Because, again, the whole 7 limit is very dumb because it's completely different than how I would want to build this normally. And it looks like nobody has figured it out yet. Oh, yeah, this is the one that was not even using her correctly, right? Yeah, this one's not even the real build. That's an interesting divine. Yeah, it's just a bummer, man. Well, apparently Toolbox is not even allowed to be played this great riff, so Everything that we've been wanting to build and been wanting to work towards, apparently we're not allowed to have fun. So do keep that in mind if you're trying to build for this Great Rift in particular. Did we ever finish our Nia build now that I think about it? Oh, there you go. I forgot she was up to 61. Yay, okay. Gosh darn it, that's gonna jump her to the front now. No, that is the old one. I thought we had a new one. Right, kind of. That would give us the extra AP, but again, unfortunately, like, this just does not do enough for us with this build in particular. Yeah, the 7 actions is so unfortunate. All right, what are the other buffs for the Rift guy again? Like, what matters for points? So, increased damage amount of passion cards, increased damage amount of basic cards. The rear guard team will have, oh, that's fine. Gosh darn it. You're not allowed to use Dream World. Got it. Oh, that's it? It is just use basic attack cards. The rear guard team will have a maximum card creation limit of 7 cards. Card creation limit? Oh, so you're not allowed... oh, wait, in a single turn. Never mind. So past turn 1, you've already made all your basics. Oh, right. Oh, you also can't loop with Typhera then. 7 cards also shuts off Typhera. Nia could still work, right? Nia's only creating 6. And nobody else on the team is creating a card. Yeah, you could still use either Adagio for Nia. All right, I don't know that I care about this Rift enough to deviate from what I want to actually build for a proper showcase. So I think this is just a big bag of dookie, and I am going to ignore it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do a guide that has a seasonal Rift deck that is going to be worse for Tenebria. I think this is just far too limiting. Like, if there was a happy middle ground where I could be like, here's your base build, cut these 2 cards, and you can use it in the Great Rift, I think that'd be a very easy, like, topic. But this feels like you're asking way too much to make this into a reasonable team for Tenebria. I would ignore it what your content focuses on. Yeah. I'm just bummed because I know a lot of people are going to be asking for this, but it feels like it is just a straight trap to focus on. Because if you look at this Great Rift, and if you base your opinion on Tenebria based on this Great Rift, you're cooked. Which also then means I need to, like, I don't know, do this, but my Veronica is not in Season 3 data. Yeah, Cappy has, thank you, Cappy. Cappy has confirmed that Toolbox does not work for this Great Rift. But again, I want to be very clear that Toolbox is an amazing armor piece that you're still going to want for things like Tower or your things like your normal weekly clears. Like, there is still... I am very happy that we were able to have a season that easily farms Toolbox on all of our supports. Because you have to remember that, like, Tower is going to be something that is more consistent and something that we're going to have to engage with multiple times, multiple characters. So having Toolbox up front is just kind of goated. Okay, so hold on. Let's go back then, because... Can we make... All right, hold on. Does this mean we could make Rita work, though? Let me... Because, man, I really want to have a Rita showcase of, like, having this all come together. Because I fear that she just does not get enough love. So we could do this. I guess we just cut this. Like, it cycles itself, right? Which is cool. Oh, but it won't be a 3-cost card. Hold on, never mind. I guess this goes back to, I don't know how I gotta think about this one again. So this is arpeggio. This also means we're not allowed to use this version, but I think that's fine because we can just use this as a tie-in, hopefully. Yeah, I keep going back to, like, this spotlight just being absolutely insane because it gives you the AP, it gives you the draw that you want for your arpeggio, so you always get the right outcome. It's just, if we're thinking about ultimate damage scaling, this should be the best one. But unfortunately, it does not work with this interaction. And this is unique, so we can't double it up. So, if I wanted to do a Rita showcase, we would have to do... We'd have to do this for the move. Should I put gear bag on Veronica? One, no, because you always want to use the divine upgrades. But yeah, also class restriction. Shoot, we do need, like, one more, hold on. So, copy this for the morale. What does this have for options again? Oh, dude, I forgot about the draw. Can you get the draw on the 2-cost as well? Oh, right. There you go. Because now you can guarantee that one of these is also going to give you a draw too. But it's been so long since I've used Rita, so... Because you can't gain the base version, so you always have to think about it in terms of, like, 6 AP. So this would play out once for free. Or we'd have to spend 1 turn to make this work. We go up to 6. This becomes free on the next turn. For each cost of that card. God, it's been so long since I've used Rita. This is probably a good reason why I need to go back and try to test her again. Where is... When a card is activated, 1 for each cost when Ascension is removed. And Ascension's a higher one, right? Yeah, so we always get a loop of 3. Bro, I deadass forget how this works. All right, I'll have to go farm a build for her because I think this is one that I want to keep in my back pocket anyways. So I don't mind going and refarming this. And also, for those that don't know, I've referenced this in we've referenced this in the build guide as well, but it's like something that I saved from season 2 that I do not remember for the life of me. But it is basically like you cut down to just these cards. Oh. And in this case, we keep the basics because, again, we are going to use them for Tenebria. So that lets us look at other stuff that we could fit into here as well. Did they finally fix Toolbox not triggering 3% damage increase on action? I thought that was fixed a while ago. And Lucas, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Rita has that unique 3-cost card that would work with Staccato. 300% fixed damage. Oh, yeah, because Staccato has the cost tax, right? Yeah. Yeah, for Rita, I think it just comes down to you grab however many gear bags that you can get, and you just let this... Did we do everything correctly? This is right. These are just neutrals, so that doesn't matter. One of these you would want to keep for a draw, too, so you get the extra draw every turn as well. Again, unfortunately, a very rough divine to push for, but technically, what we would want, it's like a 1 out of 30 chance or something ridiculous. Rough, man. Very rough, indeed. 20 points. So a divine here is the same as getting like a gear bag. So in theory, because divines are easier to get, you would want to make sure that you divine both of these as well, and then that gives you 40 points left. Oops, not copy. It would be a separate gear bag. Or what am I doing? Wrong one. Yeah, or 160? Sure, I can just manually add another one, right? Okay, so if you do all of this properly, right? Oh, duh, I remember now, because you're gonna get your, you're going to get your value from the 3 Chronicle plus the 3 AP you normally spend. I'm like, there is a way to loop this. Okay, so if you were building Rita today, and if you were trying to use this as a total morale bot, right? Now, again, this is assuming that you have you're using this with Tenebria, so you get to leave the basics in. You have 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You have a permanent 14 morale for free every turn. That is also in Spirit a 0-card deck because you are drawing these 3 at the start of turn, no matter what. So it's a 0-card deck with 14 morale, which is not nothing. But again, you are like forced to run this with Tenebria because the second that you remove the basics, right, we'd have to get rid of a couple gear bags, and that drops our morale down quite a bit. So I guess if you don't care about 2 morale, and if you want to use this on every character, you'd want to do something like, or that is 180, right? Yeah, this is 180. This would be like your 180 point build Rita. And again, keeping in mind that you're going to get a draw too. So we have a draw positive, heavy morale, 0 AP, 0 card deck support. Is this worth the headache of farming? You will have to decide for yourselves if that's what you want to go do. But that is kind of the background thought of why we use her and kind of what we're looking forward to achieve. Again, I just wish there was a better draw that we had. So, like, unfortunately, I think you are just stuck to, we could do, like, this plus Veronica, right, if we really wanted to. Just to have somebody who's draw positive and lines up with what we want to be doing. Which is just exhausting. I don't think there's anybody else. Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't finish that. And what's funny about this, right, is, like, this just feels like Mei Lin 2.0, right? Like, because of the whole move gimmick, it really does just feel like we're back here at Season 1 all over again with a slightly fixed version of her. And yes, I am dying on the hill that I think this card's going to be insane. I have not tested this at all, but getting to get extra hits on your massive damage nuke just screams like it's going to be worth it. And then Call and Response I've just been a huge fan of because it just gets you your arpeggios to hand. There's no healing. This is just a glass cannon style of build. This is a kill or be killed moment. Ballista card literally does not matter. Wait, 140? What did I forget? What did... Hello? Am I having a stroke? I swear I did sleep for a little bit, but the sleep deprivation is definitely kicking in. Oh, right, because I'm basing this off mine that had the basics removed. Yeah, never mind. Persona cards for Psionics suck, unfortunately. Psionics got dealt a really dirty hand for this. And this way, we should definitely draw through enough. And again, this is all AP 0 for So this is AP neutral. This is AP neutral. I have no idea how much this AP is for arpeggio because I have not tested arpeggios yet. Yeah, I mean, there's a case for removing the ballista for 1 extra hand slot space, but I guess if we want to spend an action point, we could use Mark, because if we have a morale-heavy character... Again, I'm personally not going to refarm my Veronica anytime soon, especially when I just wasted all of my resources to fix the one I have. Because for me, personally, I am not going to refarm decks that are only going to work with Tenebria. If you really want to min-max Tenebria, you should. But I just cannot be bothered. For how much, like... deck swapping that I do between teams, I can't be... I'm not going to sit here and refarm like 10 different decks for Tenebria. It's just not happening. Hey, Doctor, welcome, welcome. But yeah, I will say this Rita deck is kind of... the Rita deck is kind of sick the more that I look at it, to be honest. All right, hold on. I'm not tripping, right? It is just Controller and Vanguard, right? Yeah, it is just Controller and Vanguard. Gosh darn it. Bro, they did Psionic so dirty this season. Yeah, man, I don't know. You're not getting better than this, unfortunately. So this is it's less damage than Cassius, but you also don't have to worry about like drawing all of Cassius's cards. You're not gaining AP, right? So like no Mika shenanigans. I'm trying to think like what's actually a good use case for this deck otherwise, right? A 0-card deck that draws 2 and provides a ton of morale should not be bad on paper, but like when am I actually using this is the problem. And I don't have a good answer for that. That's not true. I do want to do that Luke showcase eventually, so this could be really good for the Luke build. Since you don't want to have any cards in your deck and just let Luke be the draw. Yeah, so I mean, unfortunately, I think Rey is gonna, you know, out-damage this 9 ways to Sunday, right? Because the multiplicative buffs are gonna be better. So definitely should be focusing on Rey instead. So again, the entire time I thought this was going to be an additive. I feel so dumb because this entire time I thought this was a additive base. So because all of these have, you know, add low value add, low value add, low value additive. This one has multi-hit and additive. I thought this was a base 18 and that everyone was adding 18 onto it as well. So this entire time, I have been assuming that this entire kit was additive because these 4 were all additive. So as much as I hyped up Adelheid and Narja, I think both of those are going to be absolutely shit now, unfortunately. So, classic TCG player moment of not reading the entire thing. But I was also low-key hyper-focused on this one because what's really cool about Fortissimo is that thanks to Spotlight, you can constantly loop this back to your hand. And because basics are now in your deck again, you can put Faceless Woman on every character in your team. And so after you do your first Fortissimo play, you get a draw 3 immediately, just for free, right? Like, that's insane. I do want to go back and I am gonna still focus on trying to do a multi-hit build with Fortissimo at the focus and at the center point. So that's where a lot of my head was at in like making this good. But unfortunately, the scaling of this is just going to be the scaling of this is degenerate. So when I was doing my initial thoughts on, and again, I was all focused on Mei Lin, which is where half this damn problem came from, because everyone and their mothers was only caring about Mei Lin. So if you want to do Mei Lin stuff, then like Fermata is great. But when you want to think about how we are boosting the damage from our arpeggios, you only want to consider multiplicative boosts, traditionally things like Orlea, like Typhera, because that is what's going to give you the most amount of damage for, you know, these types of cards. Was consistently getting Arpeggio 5 to like 5,000 damage multiplier with Ray. God damn. Were you doing like Tenebria, Ray, Typhera then? So if you want to focus on this build, then yes, you still want to do like Narja, Adelheid shenanigans, because you are going to focus on, hold on, cards. So again, for those that missed it, right, we have, oops, wrong one. We have this card, which is still very, very good for multi-hit builds. Like a 6x base when you have things like Adelheid and Narja is very good. Like, by all other accounts and what's available in the game today and how good multi-hit is in Season 3, this is where I was spending a lot of my focus, because I'm like, oh, cool, this is everything that we've wanted, and it works out the way that we want it to do. So I'm like, okay, cool. Adelheid Narja can do very okay things, and this is probably going to be the card that you copy. It's going to give you like, you know, 40 hits a turn. The same way that we built the Selena deck, keep in mind, where the reason why that Hidimari was doing so much damage is because you are doing so many attacks in a turn, and you just get so much more value out of your morale and things of that nature. So I was like, oh, cool. We have like another 50-hit Tenebria combo. Cool, that's what I'm going to focus on. And then, unfortunately, Arpeggio just kind of elbow dropped the shit out of me once I realized by doing the story that it is a multiplicative buff, not a additive buff. Well, right, but who's your, I guess we'll just, okay, am I, okay, no, we don't care about this, right? Well, here's my thing. So this is going to be copied. So one's new, God dang it, man. So one's this, one's this. Okay, I kind of hate this, did this out of sequence. One is going to be this, this. Oh, wait, no, it does. I was thinking of the skill card, so it's not going to have a draw on it, I guess. Oh, I guess you could do one card of this unit. Gross. Okay, hold on. I will come back to that. These are terrible, so you always cut these. This just becomes your generic end of turn, whatever, who cares. Because if you do, so again, keep in mind if we're doing arpeggio, these are not her basics. So these two strikes are going to loop each other, right? Because the only cards that you're going to have left in your deck are these two versions of strike. So one strike will always draw the other strike. How many points do we have to work with? A shit ton. A gear bag, I guess, for opening turns, right? Gear bag, and then this doesn't have the draw one of this unit, does it? Because that would be so sick. No, it doesn't. Damn. Damn. Uh, 160. I guess. I don't even know what the last one would be. Changing the 2 morale neutral to draw, or is there a... I thought we had, no, this is just the, oh my god. Click the wrong thing again. Oh, there is a draw one. Hell yeah. So we're down 2 AP. Faceless Woman doesn't work in this build, because we're not going to have a linked card that we're going to, be utilizing. Unfortunately. Oh yeah, shit, you're so right, bestie. I totally forgot about lead. Because that's not something that I've had to bother with in a long time. What do we have for the last 20 points? Like, throwing just a generic morale on this feels so bad. I mean, nothing wrong with nothing wrong with just a simple, sweet setup, right? Bro, I want to go back to Lab Zero if I'm being so real, right? Take me back. Give me the free draw. Like, if we're not using her persona card, why not, right? Like, keep me honest, but I'm pretty sure Forced Learning worked across the entire team. It didn't have to be, like, raise-only cards. Hold on. This has the wrong... Anyways. If we get this strike opening is actually pretty sick. I kind of want to... What am I missing? What was available in this build for Season 3? Like, I'm actually very heavily considering just running back for this. Because it's a extra draw and it gives us 2 morale, because why not? Like, not to beat a dead horse, but we really don't want to run Veronica if we can avoid it. You can run Clover on Ray and change Resident Darkness to the heal. New Chaos Event in Super Second gives you 3x Divine options on already Epiphany cards. Well, shit. Man, what was in Laboratory Zero? I am, like, completely drawing a blank now. Oh, we wouldn't get the seasonal buff. Never mind. I totally forgot the Great Rift forces you to have Season 3 decks. God damn it. Yeah, Protein's sick for setup. Plus Rocket Adorned Cape. Does it flag it as a Season 3 deck as long as you have the tag for Laboratory Zero? Oh, you do get the points. Okay, cool, cool, cool. But yeah, for those that are asking, like, I have random stuff in here that will be updated later. Okay, hold on. I want to actually figure this out really quick because oh, she does just have she has a casual cycle as well. Spotlight, you would have to use this one again. This is going to be for Mata because we've realized how broken that is. Oh, we lose the extra draw too, though. That's right. Photo time is probably still getting cut, potentially. We're going to be over on points, but I am just building this out in theory. Oh, no, that does actually work. One, two, three, four. Well, shit, Arpeggio might still be better then. Because Adelhide's going to increase the damage. The Persona card gets you somewhat there. Well, the thing about photo time is, like, if you have Adelhide or if you have Morale, this actually does some amount of damage. But I keep going back to this just not being as strong. Like, this needs a buff almost. Like, this needs to be... Yeah, or an upgrade. Yeah, if it was an upgrade, I'd be all about it. Like, the fact that it costs you... It's not even free, and you have to draw past it. But, yeah, so for those... to go back to what I was talking about earlier. So, for those that are kind of just joining us... There is fundamentally two very different builds that we are looking at when it comes to how we want to build out. Or actually, you know what? No, this becomes this just becomes the Faceless Woman again. That's what I forgot. Hold on before I screw this up again. one less draw, and then Faceless Woman. Because Faceless Woman is going to be like a draw 3. Nope. Okay, so anyways, there's no way to show the Fortissimo. God, I hate everything. Anyways, so where I was at previously and kind of like where I was... Oh, wait, why am I over... Sure. 180 now? Okay, there we go. So, for those that might have missed it, like where I was at previously is that this was the build that I had in mind initially for Tenebria, because everything in Season 3 so far has been very... Oh, I didn't remove a basic. I removed her 20 point. All right, hold on. Let me just fix it again. And the reason why we're using the Fermata is because it draws you the initial 2 to help thin out your deck even more, which is really, really good. I guess we could almost just use the 0, right? Well, actually, if we're doing Fermata, we could change out and make this even more... because I totally forgot that this is also going to... right, we're going to play the Fermata, which is going to draw us into our opener, which is really nice. We just have to find one other rhythm card, and then this will generate a Spotlight, which will be free, and then get us the last pieces. I'm not sure if that's really where we want to be. I just really love this Spotlight. Like, this has been the biggest breakaway for me personally, just because it's easy to set up a draw and get the other pieces you need. But I just remembered that we're not going to have the Encore loop, are we? Hold on. I really hate that it would stop doing the drag thing as someone who, like, has minor twitches. Like, this is killing me. Hold on. I am going to scream. Get rid of that. Yes. So we do have the Encore and Spotlight loop that I talked about in today's video that I do really, really like. Because what you're able to do is set this up in a way where you're automatically drawing all of them. So we are going to have the Fermata, which when we draw it is going to give us 2 more of them. Plus we have the Spotlight to loop on top of this. So we are then able to fully leverage Call and Response and just do the extra value and damage this way. Draw 1 card of this unit. So the way that ideally this is going to work is that this should be something like a 30 hits per turn build, which, based on where everywhere else in the season has been going, if you've been getting 30 hits, that's very good for combining this with something like Adelheid and for something like Narja, who has all of these damage boosting effects that gain additional value for however many times that you're going to be attacking. What's really nice, and I forgot it again, I'm going to scream, is because we're also then using Fermata across the team, we can have Faceless Woman. So you are actually drawing like an additional 7 cards per turn. Sorry, 9 cards because of the Fermata as well. So you don't have the issue of like, oh, all these blanks are going into our deck, because we now have so many extra ways to draw all of those basics, while also getting, you know, again, 30, 35 hits, whatever it ends up being. And I was all like, okay, cool. This is super. It is on brand for everything that season 3 has been about so far. And this feels like it'll be a very good build. So Adelheid and Narja is what I was planning on comboing together with this build, because Adelheid and Narja cycle themselves naturally. And so if we also have something like Call and Response that is cycling her own cards, you are able to go draw positive and you're fine, right? Faceless Woman is a +3. Tenebria is going to cycle all of her own cards. You're feeling pretty great about it, right? However, the big breakthrough of day 1 testing has been realizing that Arpeggio is a multiplicative buff, which for those that played in season 2, it is way easier to scale up multiplicative buffs than it is easier for morale and things like season 3 buffs. So I'm kind of mad that they've thrown such a large curveball right at the end of the season for like no reason. But I can almost guarantee I'm going to build both anyways, because maybe there's a reason why this matters in the future, where you have one build that is all going to be about just big damage nukes and what have you. This first build is all about shilling for the current Great Rift. The second one is more about shilling everything that you have likely already pre-farmed in season 3. So that is like the awkward split between the two of these. So she does have 2 different damage builds. Again, gun to my head, I have to assume this one, I have not tested Arpeggio, but I'm going to assume, just based on what I know from season 2, I'm going to assume that this build deals easily double the damage that we've seen from the build that I was tweeting about and talking about prior to this knowledge of seeing how Arpeggio is stacking. It feels like they cooked the other builds first and decided to make Arpeggio in full blast its power to the max. Yeah, it doesn't feel right. I don't know how to, because I don't want to just slam the devs, right? But it feels like they did build 90% of Tenebria's kit and then went, screw it, here's Arpeggio. Like, it feels so out of place. I agree. Like, this feels like they made this build last and they said, screw it, let's take it up to the max. And then they also said, hey, we want to make up for Mei Lin of season 1, right? So let's have Spotlight just go absolutely crazy with the move mechanic, right? It is really, really interesting. No, so unfortunately with, oh yeah, sorry, I did forget the discard persona, sorry. I don't think you put the, I guess, Cappy, I'd like to know your thoughts. My gut reaction is like a 60% buff. I don't know that we're going to have enough AP to put a persona in this first build. But in this build, where you are trying to capitalize on everything, you would want to put a persona build in here. So, sorry, let me go back and... This one, right? Like, we've talked about this persona a lot all... There we go. So, in this build, where you're able to capitalize on basically both halves of these cards always, I think it's very good. But having the stacking additive buff on top of, like, here's the way to think about it, right? If our end goal of a persona is, let's just say 5,000% damage, right? Let's just take base value 5,000% damage. Is adding 120 to that 5,000% really adding a lot? Most of the time, no. Now, yes, if you min-max and if you're able to add on more to that, and if you have the AP, then it makes sense to just do it anyways. Because Arpeggio is able to draw, so discarding is not a downside. But this is where I was going to be with this build in particular. Oh, you were using combo instead of draw. Yeah, so this is again where I'm trying to like completely maximize how much extra draw and cycling that we have to try and fit some other type of damage boost. But it really might just come down to we have to play Veronica, but yeah, we will see where this goes. But anyways, that's where these like two builds are at. Well, again, I think Adelheid and Narja are great for this, but then not great for where this is going to line up. I definitely think there's enough ways to get the extra draw. Again, if you're locked into Ray, but the fact that we're able to refarm, get the Faceless Woman in here, get the extra multi-hit off Fermata to draw cards to go into Linked to then draw us +3 is really, really good. Like, it's hard to not have Fermata in your opening hand, which, again, is going to immediately draw you into your linked card. So you are drawing 5 cards immediately at the start of your turn. So, like, this is... unfortunately, I have to go back and... to make this work, I now have to go refarm both my Narja build, and I have to go refarm my Adelheid build. But yeah, this is where my mind was at. But again, for those who are looking into Great Rift, and if you don't care about like what is the absolute highest damage threshold, your builds are going to look very different because you're not allowed to play all of these cards. That is like the biggest downside with Fermata is that you are playing extra cards per turn, especially with Spotlight as well. So yeah, I was bummed out about this. Yes, if you're okay, you know what? Let me just yeah, whatever. Let's just nuke this, right? Just because people might not know. You lose out on the predation, but it's like an extra card. You also lose out on Gaia's buff, which is unfortunately. So the thing that like I have to test is I'm not sure if we're gonna have enough draw. Like this is literally I need to sit down and figure all of this out. Because we're gonna have infinite AP. It's just we need extra draw somewhere in this kit. Or, sorry, this card also gets cut because we're not allowed to play it. Oh, wait, did I just remove... Hold on, I removed the wrong one. This gets removed. This gets... Oh, there it is. Draw 1 card of this unit, which is important. I'm torn on this one because I do like the idea of being able to target what our options are because we're able to, or I think we're over on this point, right? Yeah, hold on. I gotta fix this. Faceless. Or no, I was only using 3 because we don't need the extra. With Narja giving us all of this AP as well, we don't really need the rest of it. Narja's Shackle as a draw 1 neutral. Oh, does it? Oh, but it doesn't have the this start of hand, right? So the reason why we're using this one is because it automatically goes back to our hand every single turn. So it just thins your deck at the very start. So what you can do is do this. Where is it? Right? If you really wanted to, you could set up this to have a draw 2 on it. And then, unfortunately, again, you're giving up, like, one of these. Which, again, we probably don't need quad divines on this. But this card can get looped to hand at the start of every turn. And at the start of every turn, you now have a 0-cost draw 2 that's also dealing damage. What am I forgetting? Oh, the Persona card, idiot. Doesn't really matter. Is that everything? Nope, I'm forgetting something again. Was I using a different... No, I was not using a different domain. No, because it puts us up 40 over. Did I just have gear bag? I think I just had another gear bag, to be honest. Three, 6, 9. Oh yeah, and then don't forget you have this, which is giving you veracity as well, which is nice. We have Faceless Woman, we got the morale, we got the gear bag, we got the persona. Yes, I guess. And then for her, where are we at? We're at 160. This is another... Oh, that's right. Hers does not have the morale buff, unfortunately. None of these matter, realistically. It's just you're going to, you know, epiphany it eventually. And then Persona here as well. And also, again, it doesn't really matter which one you're grabbing, right? You just want to be able to make... Oop. There we go. You just want to make sure that you're able to get your draws going and make sure that you have your... Hold on. There's a draw for her as well, right? Nope. JK. I guess that's what I was doing for that one instead of... Like, this is another one where gear bag would probably be... Like, you're going to lose this card eventually anyways because it's going to cycle itself. So if we're just talking about purely setup turns, this is probably... Oh, wait. Vanguard, not controller. Cannot have gear bag. That's why I was doing that. I'm like, I know there was some reason why I had Divine on this initially. So, there you go. This was the Frankenstein build that I was working towards of what I was tweeting out. So, yes, one of the challenges that you're going to run into is that Protect Us is going to have the downside of, you know, it's not always going to draw you with the extra card, but that is also why we're running triple Faceless Woman, which is going to be a free +3 draw that you want to consider every time. So, unfortunately, when we think about +3 draw, what that really means is it's going to take care of our Persona cards that we're trying to squeeze into the deck as well. But that's why we have so many things that are going to like draw or cycle themselves otherwise or upgrade. So we have a +2 here. We have a +3 with our Faceless Woman. And then we have all the other cards that are going to cycle. So on paper, something like this should work. Unfortunately, it's just going to require us to, again, refarm literally every deck, unfortunately. But this is what I was going for, because you are actually getting so many more multi-hits. For those that missed the stream, right, the Fortissimo is going to give you an extra hit when it's linked with 3 or more. So when you go Spotlight into Encore, you're able to do that. Sometimes you will just have to draw until you naturally find the combo anyways. But let's say that you are getting, you know, the extra Fortissimos. You are getting the 6 hits across the board here. So again, this alone is going to be 24 hits for your cards. Your basics should be adding like an extra 6 or so. Shackles of Hunger, not to be missed, is still going to get you 2 hits as well, which is really nice. So if there is one downside to this build, we just don't have enough veracity for what we want to add. So it's like, I wish we could put Cassius in this build, but I do recognize that having voluntary control, which is boosting the damage of our basics, as well as giving us extra veracity back that way, probably going to be better than Cassius, because again, we are very AP hungry to try and get all of this extra draw. So unfortunately, we are kind of limited to being forced into, hey, we have to use Narja, hey, we have to use Adelheid for the draw for the extra HP. So excuse me, AP, because we are using, okay, like what even is this at base value? We have these are gonna be probably like, we have 3 AP, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we're using like 9 to 10 AP a turn, whatever this actually comes down to. So that is why we need so much of this extra generation and draw. So that's why this is going to be one of those things where it's like, you know, is this worth refarming, or should you just stick with your Heidi Marie decks? Spoiler, you should probably stick with your Heidi Marie decks, but this is the type of build that I was personally trying to work towards and trying to theory craft when we were talking about this yesterday. Oh God, my days are blending together because we did not sleep. So, I'm gonna like tuck this away as my own reference. Oh, I'm not, I'm not on my right account. Linked multi-hit build work in progress. And the other thing to note about this build, right, is that there is absolutely going to be turns where you are stuck, right? Because you're going to want to use this as a draw 1 card to help your deck cycling. But you're not going to be in a position where you're going to have the full damage buff yet. Like, that is one of the major challenges with this deck. So you're not going to have your full buffs online, right? Because, again, the way that you're going to want to try to line this up is that the call and responses are in your hand. You're doing all of your buffs and then finishing with the call and response, which, spoiler, is not going to always work the way that you want it to. So, again, something that is going to be very much a more work in progress and has a very good chance of just falling on its face and not working. But this is what I want to focus on a bit more. Yeah, everyone told me that I'm going to really like the story rewrite, but I have not had a chance to, actually read it because I want to go test the Great Rift so fast. Okay, unfortunately, so now we want to, because I don't remember what we literally just said for Ray, but we want to do the Ray build. Ugh. me not screw that one up again. This becomes the upgrade. And again, the reason why we're doing this is it's because one of them will always draw the other to make sure we can have our biggest damage amount up front. Just draw 2 AP, whatever. This gets cut, this gets cut. I'd already forgotten what we said. We had gear bag. I think that was it, right? We just accept that the AP is going to have to come from somewhere else. Because this is like 160 this way and any amount of gear bags. Like, here's always the hardest part about this, right? Is trying to get a 3-2 split on this. As well as we're going to have to do a chaos run that we can copy the Strike of Darkness before it, you know, tries to upgrade into the unique version. And this is Nexus. Oh, booth event. They're gonna have directors signing. All right, so sorry, just to pull this over here. They just confirmed what's going on for the CZN at Anime Expo. Is it normal that after run, the deck I created loses cards I duplicated and they lose their upgrades and cards I deleted are added back? Yes, if you go over on your point total, which is determined by the tier of chaos that you are running, it will add cards back or remove divines. So, yeah, I definitely will be trying to hit up these card trading events because if I don't get my boy Cassius, I'm going to cry. I know I will be there on Friday. I think it's Friday. No, this is Thursday. Friday's the 3rd. I will be there Friday because this is where the there is a CZN panel that is happening later that afternoon that is most likely going to be the first look at Season 4. And probably there will be a character leak, I would assume. So if you're on Twitter, if you're not following me already, I'll be live tweeting everything. So at Cosmic Plays. For those who aren't on Twitter, when I get back, I'll probably do like a short video recap of some sort of Anime Expo, the booth. I will be covering Maresi. Yeah, Maresi, I believe is how you pronounce it. You know what? I probably should work on... What time is it? I'm so sorry that we have not done a chaos run, and it's been mostly a theory crafting build, but I just realized it's probably more beneficial for me to finish the, I should probably finish the day 1 build guides for, Tenebria before doing my chaos runs, because I don't know when I'm going to be able to do my next video for a, like, actual showcase. Because, again, the problem is, to do any proper showcase build now of Tenebria, you have to refarm 3 complete decks. I can't just use... I mean, I can't just use my Veronica deck because I'm leaving stuff on the table. Now, for me personally, I'm most likely not going to refarm my Veronica deck, but I will need to completely refarm my Adelheid and my Narja deck if I want to show off the multi-hit build, which is annoying. So yeah, there is that. Why is there so many other alerts on Twitter, though? Yeah, let's, now that I have, like, this as reference, let me try to... Whoop. Let me pull this up in the background. Where is my... I think everything is still in my background slides PowerPoint. I guess these are done now. Hold on. So let me get rid of these other ones. This is irrelevant. This is irrelevant. That was like the other trying to cheat stuff with Mei Lin that didn't matter. Oh, did we still not get do we still not get assets for Tenebria? What is today's date, y'all? I've been awake for too many hours. Oh yeah, and for those that for those that caught or didn't catch our stream, just as proof, here's like I was all in on the linked build initially. Okay, so oh, you know what I just realized? That we probably want to use Spotlight anyways. Ah, gosh darn, I've already moved the... Hold on, let me look at this again. Because Spotlight Encore was... No, because Spotlight Encore was only 2 attacks per cycle. So Spotlight Encore was only 10 attacks per turn, and this one was, what'd I just say? 6, 24... hold on. So, 2, 4, 6. We could do, like, 11 hits per turn, or if we do this build, it's 6, 12... 18, 24. Yeah, it should be close. Yeah, this should be like 3 times the damage if we do it this way. So yeah. That's I'm gonna hold out that this is where we wanna. If we can make the 6 times hit work, it is going to be more ideal. Oops, no, where's my... Okay, so... And these are all very old stuff at this point. Also, again, you can see how deep in the weeds of linked we were because we were doing all the linked items. Which now don't matter. And there's not really a good item for the Arpeggio build, is there? Like, I feel like it just always comes back to Crimson of Discord. Unfortunately. Yeah, I did add a version of it. I don't like how that looks, but whatever. That's what we're going to have to deal with. So, yes, I think in all instances, you're still doing basic attack. Also, wait, this is... Wait, isn't Scarabs a multiplicative, not additive? Hold on. I just realized I think my text is wrong. Yeah, it is a... Yeah, oops, that was wrong. Basic attack increase. Crit rate, passion attack, that's all correct. That's all correct. Okay, so if I had to take a guess, this is not gonna... Whoop. I guess we'll do something like this, because you do need to copy both cards to make the most out of Spotlight and Encore. Or wait, no, I keep forgetting Adagio draws itself, right? So no, you don't. In my build, I had to have Spotlight and Adagio, but in the other build, you just maximize Spotlight. No, she is definitely not Emma Bull. It is nice to be able to do this with, like, real images. Yeah, it is very frustrating to, like, or just give us the, what are they called? Gear presets, because I want to die every time I have to swap memory fragments around, man. That shit is just not fun. Or no, we did Spotlight already. We are doing this version because it auto-activates and it is very sick. Very sick, such wow. Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry, we were doing the move, too. Because we want to try to maximize the amount of, we want to try to maximize the damage. Boop. I was thinking of my build that I did in the video earlier today. Thank you very much. Call and response. Encore, we are using the, no, we are just using the draw one, right? Is what we decided. So, like, for me personally, I really want to try to make this one work because this should be, in theory, the highest damage amount. But I have no damn clue how we're getting enough AP. I think, like, if you're being fair and if you're able to just use this Encore with Arpeggio 5 and just be one hell of a nuke for 2 extra hits, I think that's fine. But in terms of easier to play builds, I think you just go for this one. Because you stack it on top with Spotlight and then you get this, this value for increasing the damage, right? But in theory, the other Encores should be better. Oh, wait. I keep thinking of my other build, bro. We're not using the... we're not using I keep thinking of the other Spotlight combo, which is this one that I keep going back to. So hold on. For this one, because we don't have the combo, if you can, it should be easier to do either this Encore or the cost reduction one, but probably just to make things easier, I'm going to recommend the cost one, but I do like the immediate activates twice side of it. Because if I remember correctly, in the sequencing, Arpeggio still has a cost. I saw someone use the activate in Graveyard and just reduce that cost to 2. Yeah, I think there's definitely value in doing that. And then Photo Time, unfortunately, is just going to get cut. Photo Time is unfortunately getting cut in every instance. Whoop. Whoop. Nope. I just graded out last time and people didn't understand what that meant, so I'm hoping that by doing it both this time, it's very clear. Hold on, I'm on the wrong thing. There we go. Oh, gosh darn it. No. Passion spam. No, rhythms are counted as just normal basic attacks. So they get boosted by things like Ray's abilities and just normal attack boosting stuff like personas like morale, like or I guess those also get boosted by extra attacks. But you get the idea. Why am I pinged in Gundam? Did I miss something? I always get very nervous when there's a ping in a Discord that I'm not as active in. Is there a reason why passion over attack for desire? So this goes back to like forever ago in like season 1, and as far as I know, nothing has changed, but the very, very long story short is that attack can be better for that slot, assuming you have something like 950% attack. And once you get to that level of min-maxing, you are getting a barely, 0.5% or like whatever it was that they said. So while they are very, very close, on average, for most people, element percentage is going to outscale the attack value. But they are close otherwise. Someone would have to go searching on Reddit to figure out what the actual point break was. But all I remember from that conversation is that it required you have like really insane memory fragment luck, and it's sure as hell not me. If y'all know my memory fragment luck, guys, it's absolutely not. It's not it. Absolutely not it. Okay, hold on, because I also want to include... Okay, these got to be swapped. Let me... Oh, see, it didn't grab everything. Gosh darn it. You know. Oh, actually, yeah, that'd be a great question. I don't know how the because also for those that don't know, back in season 1 and season, or I guess that change happened in season 2, right? Back in the early launch of this game, not all partners had that percent increase for attack, so everyone was using 3-star partners instead of 5-star partners because they were better. But yeah, I guess this is this comes down to better substats. Maybe I should start putting in like a note here of just like whichever has better substats. Oh, I don't want to do this out of order though. Nope, that looks stupid. And I don't want to like center it. Oh my god, I'm just gonna drop it down here, man. But yeah, again, I think as someone who's spent thousands of hours at this point, or thousands of stamina, not thousands of hours, thousands of stamina chasing memory fragments, and I still don't have good shit for it, man. It's rough. Do I recommend her for someone who's returned to the game last week? I've missed everything after Serennial. No, I would just wait till next season at this point. Because here's the thing to consider. Yes, as a returning player, you might feel like you're missing out on the Great Rift points. You could probably find like a Mei Lin comp that works and get your crystals and all that stuff and be fine. But we do know that Faye is going to be a Void Ranger who is coming up next. And then in season 4, I can almost promise you, or I am going to pull out my hair. We will not use passion characters in season 4 just because of how many we got in season 3. So I would fully expect that if you're trying to get the most value out of your pulls in terms of what's going to be useful in the like nearish future, assuming that you just ignore the next 2 weeks, I would just wait for the next season. Unfortunately, just missing out on Adelheid is a bit of a bummer. Other than the seasonal buff, Adelheid, I think, is very, very undervalued by the community, and I will die on that hill. Again, I get it. People don't want to throw a small child into the Chaos Mines, and it is what it is. But I think that for what she offers overall to your account for multi-hit builds, for Vanguard teams, for generic AP support builds, she is very, very good. Oh yeah, the Adelheid will definitely outlast any damage dealer, for sure. Anyways, how we... Oh, Jesus. I am so sorry that we've spent basically this entire stream theory crafting, by the way. Yeah, sorry, y'all. I wanted to, like, actually showcase a little bit more of this, but I think there's probably a really good... I think it's probably good that I start the discussion on Twitter about having 2 very different focuses for her kit. I don't know when the hell I became Mr. CZN, or Mr. CZN of Twitter, by the way, but I do need to be a lot more careful about what I say. I've come to realize. I'm just gonna delete this shit because that's bothering the hell out of me at the bottom. What team, what build you're going for? Whoop. But right now, percentage is shield in Great Rift and scales harder, so will likely be the best option long term. Ray Veronica versus Narja, that's gonna bother me because that's not, should be ADHD. No, I shouldn't put ADHD either. Adel Hyde, Narja. You're testing Tenebria with Renoa? What Renoa build are you using with that? And again, I say that strictly as someone who has not played Renoa whatsoever. So, unfortunately am drawing a little bit of a blank. Yeah, I am the infographic guy. But I gotta like actually do videos as well, which is the drawback. So, God, what is today, bro? Wednesday, right? I'm not going into the office tomorrow, but my work day is like absolutely horrid. Yeah, we're gonna definitely stream Thursday, Friday, Saturday this week just because it's a new patch. We will try to do our... Oh, shit. How soon do my Chaos delegations run out? That's what I forgot to check. Because I know there's some of those that are ending soon. Okay, we have time to do that. Cool. That is a later me problem. Oh, not sure what happened there, but we got our little, we got our light 6. Awesome. Oh, I do not know what our E3 does off the top of my head. But yeah, the big thing for me is making sure that all these are going to work at E0. What did I forget? What are we doing? All right, we're doing the multi-hit now, which was call and response. Oh, we are using Fermata because it does give us the draw, which is absolutely goated. Tenebria doesn't benefit from the extra attack stack. No, she doesn't have any foul. Actually does, no, because photo time just counts as damage, right? I don't think this counts as the extra damage stack. Either way, you're cutting photo time, so the answer is no, but I don't remember how photo time is worded as in damage, but unfortunately the card is so bad right now that nobody should use it. Spotlight. Yeah, because we're gonna do the... Yeah, because we're doing this for the AP generation. I remember now. Yep. Spotlight. And then this one was the Encore combo because that was fun. Just a way to make sure that you are drawing through all of your pieces easily. Girl, are you for real right now? All right, I goofed that. And then... Oh, people probably aren't going to know if I don't include it in the image, now that I realized. Hold on. You know what? No, they'll be able to figure it out from the faceless woman. The other thing is, like, technically, photo time can work in the Mei Lin build because it does have retain, and it's just one extra card that you get to play for free. No, wait, hold on. No, we have a faceless woman on. It's gonna bother me if it's gray. We do have a faceless woman on the other build. Because again, it does get a morale, which is great. Ah, damn it. Let me just scooch on over all this stuff really quickly. No, that's wrong now, right? Okay, whatever. One of those is not lining up properly. I think we're all in agreement that it does not feel good, the current state that she's in. There are builds to, like, get around it, but it feels really bad to try and say, like, hey, here's what you should go do with this, and it be, like, just a very lackluster build. Were we using gear bag? I already forgot. No, that's that build. Nope, that's the other build. Yeah, it was just gear bag. Whoop. And so what? If you're not running the additive damage build, you probably just go run Swamp, right? For the normal crit chance, crit damage stuff, I would have to assume. How much damage were we doing? Like almost 500k. If Mei Lin is ever uncapped. If Mei Lin is ever free from elasticity jail. Probably 400 because we were 100 in the video and it's a 40% damage reduction. So it'd be like 1300, but we get a second Rising Dragon Spire and we have the Divine we could put on. No, I feel like 400k is probably a very real estimate with the new build. And then the last one is Spotlight. Actually, or does this give us more? Because I keep forgetting this one goes two-hand. Because what can we get on Spotlight 1? Because in theory, this is 3 activations, but we would have to rely on Encore to get the 4th. What does Encore have again? Again, the biggest issue with Mei Lin is that she only cycles her own cards. But you want Mei Lin, who is your damage dealer, to be looping her own cards anyways. What divines are on this again? I guess that could matter. Because we could just make it free. And we could do, like, draw one card of this unit. Unfortunately, it's not starting in our hand, so we can't make use of the draw 2. No. Maybe... No, because at some point they're just going to be stuck in your hand, right? So even if they're in your graveyard, you're not able to redraw and go from there. So yeah, I think it is just Spotlight. Get yourself the AP because you're probably going to need it anyways for other stuff. So I think getting the AP while also being able to set this up for anybody is where you want to be. And technically you want to copy like this and Encore. Why is this not fitting? And spoiler, we're using the same Encore here. Bum, 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 bum. Have I considered Narja's cards for lowering cost of cards and voluntary control for epic base? Yes, the Narja is going in this middle build style of stuff. I want to, but we're kind of out of room. I'm gonna add a note here at the very end that talks about the discard one being like the best overall. Oh, I don't like how that looks. Yeah, good enough, I guess. You know what? People might not... Okay, this one, people might not realize that Rhythm is the correct pick, so... Can I, like, fit this? Or, you know what? Can I just do, like, this, maybe? Will this fit on the infographic better? The music player in me really wants this to be, Yeah, you know what? Hold on. If I'm gonna do this, let me add the other one. Dang. Did not work as well. Again, the only unfortunate part about this build is that getting the second cycle of extra attack is going to be rough. But again, the real reason you're using this is because you want to have Faceless Woman for the extra draw. What are we forgetting? Oh, call and response. Duh. Like, even if it's not, like, the coolest thing that she's doing, or, like, I should say the strongest thing that she's doing, the synergy between call and response and, having the one that lets you pick your, starting rhythm to then draw 4 is such a feels-good experience. Spoiler, we're cutting this. So a combination of all the above. So this first build is what's currently getting shilled in Great Rift. Give it a couple days, people might change the spotlight meta. But this is going nowhere. This is absolutely going to be her most meta damage build. The this damage build is the one that I was talking about prior to testing with her and figuring out what works or not. This is one that I will personally need to test, but this is a, hey, if I made the 96 hit, you know, Heidi Mari deck, just trust me that I will make this one work as well. The downside is that it is going to do significantly less damage than this first build, and there's no way around that. So, the one thing I will say is that her kit feels very out of place. Like, everything seems like it is meant to work how it's supposed to, and like these two builds feel much more on track with everything that we've seen in season 3 and or pairing her with Mei Lin. And then nobody knows what the hell happened with this first build just being absolutely insane for whatever reason. Now again, is this first build enough of a reason to pull for her? Absolutely not. The fact that you're going to have to refarm decks and it's not going to be as versatile as Heidi Marie or Diana is ever going to be, it feels really bad. I really, really hate these characters that are so ungodly shoehorned into one build and just don't make an appearance anywhere else, right? Like, at least even Diana, she is still discard focused, but she does have a couple different core teams that seem all reasonably good with her. So, yeah, this is one that just really, the psionic curse is real. I don't know any other way to say it, and I hate to keep using that, like, excuse, but psionic characters gonna continue to be psionic characters, man. Oh, wait, no, not that one. That was the other one that we were testing. Yeah, photo time, unfortunately, is just not good enough for what it provides. Was the big takeaway. I think we had it in the Mei Lin build, didn't we? Yep. I guess I don't want to put it with this build because then people are going to think that God, the OCD in me is like really not wanting to put it right here because it's not exactly what we mean to do. I'll do it this way. Because Gear Bag is still universal enough for setups where I think this is fine to include it down here because it also has morale, right? So I think we just change this slightly and do it like this. Oh god, I can't make that much smaller, can I? Boy, howdy, I really don't like how that is. Whatever, man. Damn. I'm just running out of room. It is what it is. Oh, I'm forgetting gear. Where's Chrome? How is the partner? So funny enough, especially if you're someone who wants to use like Chizuru or Rita in some cases, this is one of the better partners. I gotta be very careful on how I'm wording this. This is one of the better partners that we've got in the game to date, just based on how flexible it is across multiple combatants. Because the way that it is worded, as long as you are using your basic attacks, which again, Chizuru creates Moon Slash, Rita has her own basic attacks, it provides the same buff to all of them. No, cut the photo card. That is like the other big takeaway from at least initial testing, is that just it's not worth it. If people are going to be in Season 3 farming, You know what? This is going to kill me. Let me just... Does that work? If I just make it like a third instead? And I put her like here? Where the hell is the center on this, man? Oh, nope, hold on. Send it back. Send it back. There we go. It's not perfect, but it is good enough. Maybe move this up a little bit? Sure. Okay, good enough. Okay, so what are we... Is there any gear that works with Arpeggio? I don't believe that there is. Because, like, for normal OTK builds, we'd use, like, Mountain Corpse, or Mountain of Corpses, but that does not work with Arpeggio. Filter armor. Yeah, I mean, like, I just keep going back to, like, if you're running Swamp, man, like, you're just gonna get the crit crown and stuff. None of that really changes. Otherwise, you just grab Torture Toolbox. Even if it doesn't work in the current Great Rift, if you're trying to do Tower, Torture Toolbox is just an MVP. Like, insanely good in Tower. Yeah, 25% crit chance. No, I do want to be mindful about the photosensitivity side of it, and I really do wish they would have planned that a little bit better, but I want to say, you know, at least it's not something you have to, like, you're not losing anything by cutting it. Shit, man. Take me back to Lab Zero, right? Or no, wait, hold on. That's the wrong one. Isn't Wings of Freedom additive anyways? Yeah, kind of, I see why now I did Tortures and the, Okay, yeah. You know what? I am just going to assume that people are going to be running, Swamp instead, because you don't really... If this is going to be the best build, which I am like 95% confident now that this will end up being the best version of her, you don't really care for anything that is available. Like, you don't need any of the extra multi-hit stuff in Season 3, like the book or no, there's not, I'm thinking about the Link chest piece again, for my build. But, like, you don't need those action increase stuff, right? You're just better off getting... Actually, wait, you can get engravings, right? I have never ran a non-seasonal chaos since the changes. I know that you can get persona cards, but then I just have to assume you can get all engravings, right? Is there any theater exclusive engravings? Does anybody know? I haven't seen anybody complain about that, so I'm assuming there's not. But I have not done a run to confirm. Personally, I don't know what divines I'm going to say that you're going to want. Because either you're using this spotlight or you're going to use the the 1 cost, make it 0 cost spotlight. So I'm not sure about this one. You can't get any engravings in season 1. Ah, okay. Well, Burning Life doesn't help. Damn, I need a season 2 engraving list, man. I don't think I ever made one for season 2. Damn. That is very good to know. That's unfortunate. All right, if that's the case, yeah, I am going... Why do I have... What is happening? Oh, it's GBF raids. I am going to assume then people are just going to be running Swamp. Because the crit chance and crit damage is going to be easy enough to farm and what people are going for. Yo, Shark in a Jar, how you doing, brother? Happy patch day, or day after patch day, whatever day it is. I haven't slept. I am very, very excited to sleep later tonight. Is there a good trinket from... God, hold on. Or accessory. I keep calling them trinkets, but whatever. Not Burning Life, Swamp. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear about that. It's never fun. But congrats, congrats on the polls, though. Oh, yeah, this would also be, Damn, dude, I guess you can get Gun or you could get Verdant Shackles. That's actually pretty baller. Yeah, so you would want to do this instead. Yeah, that's... I just realized I'm going to swap my recommendation here, I guess. And do it this way. Because again, if engravings don't matter, and if you don't really need any of it, right, you're just better off YOLOing into the swamp in this case. Are we gonna have 6 or more cards in hand with Arpeggio? Because Sword Reflected in the Lake is also really good, right? I just don't know if we're gonna have enough cards in hand. I'm gonna call it the Shadow Dagger, and it is what it is. It is what it is. I am kind of over it at this point. I just feel bad because I don't know when I'm going to be able to have enough builds that I could do a proper guide video. That is like next on my list to figure out. So a lot of Chaos Delegation shenanigans to figure out here soon and going from there. Well, the thing is, engravings aren't important. Because, again, if I remember correctly, you can still get your personas. You just can't get the extra engravings. And you can just get the this persona instead, which doesn't have the requirement of engravings. I'm trying to remember what all is available even. Oh, increased damage of haste cards, actually. That's pretty sick. I keep forgetting the high cost arpeggio is a high costed arpeggios are all haste cards, which means this engraving is actually very, very good. So wait, so yes or no? Does equipment engravings appear in Swamp? I know you won't have the engraving event, which does limit. Okay, so I don't know, man. I guess like you get probably one engraving event on average. I think you have to just play the shop harder and fish for engravings that way then. I think Swamp is still going to be the GOAT for making this all come together. Right? Because the buffs is for all chaoses, right? How is all of this worded? Yeah, so any chaos with the tag gets all of this as well. Cool. Yeah, by the way, max out your trees if you haven't already. Oh yeah, that would actually be pretty sick. The Foggy Crystal Ball plus the rings, like you just literally build her like Chizuru. I forget, those are both multiplicative, right? Well, technically those are also in Lab 0, right? Because they're off the boss. Oh, why does it not appear here? Isn't Foggy just from Sweet Dreams? Who the hell is the boss in Laboratory 0? Am I, like, having a fever dream right now? No, it is Sweet Dreams. But City of Mist, you can still get Season 3 engravings. Oh, right. So Laboratory... Yeah. Sorry. Laboratory 0 can't get the seasonal buffs. It does not get boosted by the skill tree. Because it has to have the dimensional... Yeah. Sorry. We figured it out. So yes, you would have to do City of Mist. Where is... Yeah, so 40%. Oh shit, they're both that is a I don't know which is better. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I have not cared about that level of number crunching in a hot minute. That has a lot of boosts. I think overall, you're just safe to run this lineup instead. Because you probably want the crit chance more than anything else. Like, getting crit on your 5,000% damage attacks, right, really matters. If you miss a couple crits in your multi-hits, kind of whatever. Failing to crit on, like, 9, for example, on, like, those big hits, feels pretty bad. It's only 6%? Shit, man, that's like a 12% increase for me right now, right? Like, that's a... it's a pretty sizable increase. Now, I hear you, though, that it's only 6%, but... Shit. That is, when I'm struggling to clear 50 at this point, I'll take it. Oh, shit, I forgot to... Yeah, I really gotta figure out when I'm gonna be able to get these builds for a proper showcase. If you have 60% crit chance? God damn. Maybe. Oh, I guess, actually, if we're doing call and response, those also have haste. Or, wait. Oh, God. Now I'm getting, the sleep is needed. I guess, technically, if call and response has haste, that would also work in Great Rift, right? Because you just, it's the same reason why Arpeggio is good right now, is that all 3 of the higher ones have, haste built in. There's just still too many actions that you have to take, which is the unfortunate part. I feel like Arpeggio is more streamlined and will just be the better version long term. The percent damage build to get this to do more, right? You also have to play out all of your Narja cards, all of your Adelheid cards. Like, it just does not work in the current Great Rift system. Yeah, I feel like I feel pretty good with where this is otherwise. I feel confident in saying this is okay. Again, this will probably end up being S tier. This will end up being, I'm going to be very generous, and I'm going to say like an A minus tier. This is it's never going to be allowed in the game tier, unfortunately. Is the ultimate that bad? The damage boost is just not exciting. So I did do a full Mika / Cassius, like, do as much damage as possible with the build, and it only added like 10k, which, you know, is something, but I think for a lot of people, if you're just trying to min-max and you're trying to, or not, sorry, if you're not trying to min-max and you're just trying to make a easier to use build, it's a very easy card to cut. Does this character work with Rita? I'm sure somebody is going to try to find pieces to make it happen, but we have unfortunately just came up a little bit short with the builds that we were theory crafting for her. Well, it depends on what you call good, right? Both of these builds could clear tower. Like, I am using a version of this today, and I could very confidently say that if I just use my Cassius and Mika, I can use this to clear tower the entire way. It's not going to be as strong, but it could clear tower. This first build, though, is going to have a significantly easier time. So this is where it's like, I hate Great Rift because it always comes back to, oh, if it didn't do good in this Great Rift, it's automatically a bad build, which is just not always the case. Like, this Great Rift is got to be one of my least favorites because it prevents you from building out a full deck. It's so limiting in what it wants. Like, you get punished for trying to min-max decks in a way that maximizes damage. And that just feels very anti-spirit of CZN. But I guess there is a different deck building expression and challenge of doing the most amount of damage given the very restrictive penalties of Great Rift. I don't agree with it personally, but yeah, that's where it's at for your min-maxing. Yeah, exactly. Like, the last Great Rift Heidi Marie deck, people might as well delete it, right? Like, don't actually do that, but you are never using the past Great Rift decks again, where these are just general good for tower and things of that nature. But, yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is good enough for now, and we'll have to figure out the divines, but this is at least a direction of where to take it. Okay, so boop. Let's get back to or actually, heck, I'm gonna run out of time. I guess we'll just look and see if there's like any other notable breakthroughs, but I have a very good feeling that the Great Rift is gonna go in that direction. Wait, did we look at this earlier? Why do you have... Oh, they're stacking up. I see what they're doing. They're using the combo to get around this. Which I guess does make sense. Wait, which one are they using? Arpeggio with a draw. I guess this does get all of the... So this is what I'm talking about, right, man? Like, this is... This is such a insanely low damage threshold version of Arpeggio. Like, this just feels very bad to tell people to try to build this otherwise. God, I hate this Great Rift, man. It's not how you should build any of these normally. Yeah, and so another good example is like, I guess if you can't use every card, I guess you just YOLO it with whatever you have, even if it's not optimized, right? I think you just go for, you just are pure RNG, you're not able to properly optimize and say screw it. I know that's bait, I'm not clicking on it. Yeah, funny enough, like, this might end up being, or not that one, the other one being correct for just drawing a bunch of... Try to optimize the amount of arpeggios that you can draw and just let that scale your damage. So basically you are extremely limited in the number of actions that you can take, or you just die on the spot, basically. So you are not you're not incentivized to fully cycle your deck like you normally would. It's kind of just a play whatever you can in a short amount of sequences. Oh, that's probably something interesting. Yeah, shout out Fortissimo. Wait, this was Masters, right? Oh god, there's some really funky stuff early on. But yeah, again, I think it is going to be Arpeggio just because 3 of the Arpeggio cards have haste. Like, that's kind of where you want to be. I think if you're trying to build something for Great Rift right now, you just try to deck thin as much as possible and do the move Spotlight. And kind of nothing else matters, unfortunately. Like, I kind of want to do Magna... my Magna build. Try to get Spotlight and Ray, I guess. That might be the way to go. Ah, man. This is so funny. Just use your Great Rift deck, man, from last season. I get it. Do I have... Okay, hold on. Let me, like, not meme for a second. Do I even have a... Alright, so what would we do? We would want to grab, Oh, wait, no. We can't use this because we can't take the actions. Damn, how do they get in Masters? How do they deal enough damage with that, right? Do I have the old, I mean, again, we could literally just do this as is. And just not go full combo. I wonder how much damage it would deal. I'm trying to remember what, like, really fringe nonsense builds I have. Yeah, like, we don't want that, right? Oh, wait, it's my only Season 3. Sure, man, whatever. It's my only Season 3 deck, so... Sure. And then this has to be you. Oh, I don't have an Arpeggio build yet. Crap. I'm not wasting a... Heck. Oh, that's right. We never got her, we never got the, lead. The Nexus, right? But you'd want to do something like this and then just let your vulnerables go crazy. And then third character is whoever, right? I don't think we did a Mika build. Oh, no, that was still this season? Damn. Oh, yeah, duh, because we did the Persona thing. So I'd want to do something like this, but I need a, I need an arpeggio deck. Honestly, I don't know Swamp of Judgment. I guess if we're doing a Chaos Delegation, it doesn't matter, right? Did I do the Tenebria event? No, not yet. Heidi Mari should still carry, right? Like, there's no reason why she wouldn't. Yeah, it's late, but I want to see if we can just try to YOLO something together. Just for the sake of trying to showcase what a meme this Great Rift is. We can't rest in recovery zones. I mean, there's gonna be no engraving events, right? Because we're not doing theater, so we're not discarding anything for her side, so that I'll just take the money. Whatever. Are we gonna have the... I think for Great Rift, you just skip the Persona card, to be honest. Because you really can't afford to play the extra card. And again, it's not boosting Arpeggio enough. Just want to make sure that she gets all of her epiphanies at least, right? Alright. Give her some type of item, just in case I get surprised by a random event. Just selling some stuff for extra credits, because again, I'm assuming that we're gonna have to rely on the shop for our, rely heavily on the shop for our engravings. Now that I think about it, I don't know what the dagger is from. Because I've never had to farm the dagger in the past. I've always only done seasonal stuff. Let me pull up the... Let me pull up the handy dandy Epic 7 Wikibot. Oh, is it just straight shop? Oh, shit, all right. Have I just been that unlucky? Sure, get an engraving. Feel like we did something. Oh, nice. Actually, those are 2 good pieces, so I will absolutely use my last ticket on that. Love to see that. I am not going to forget to remove that damn thing this time. Let's go fishing for some engravings. Who are we? Oh, no, we were talking about Ray. How if she's using the basic attacks, you need to... I'm like, I know we were talking about Nexus earlier today, and I forgot who it was for. But yeah, it's for Ray. Again, on sale, but not what we need. I'll do couple resets here, I guess. Yep, we're not getting any of those. All right, save a little bit. We have not gotten any epiphanies yet, right? No, so we have no re-rolls possible, so we're just gonna skip. Yeah, photo time is ultimately just not worth it in the vast majority of builds. You have to have a very high morale build to get value out of it, which is just not easy in a lot of the current teams that you want to build her with. When I was going full power with her, it was only adding like 10k damage in a turn. So once we finish optimizing other stuff in her kit, we might come back and like add it back in, but at least for right now, for early testing, I recommend that the vast majority of people should just cut it and not deal with the headache. Weekend is not anything. Shit, man. Maybe I'm just gonna be aggressive. RFS is... I guess RFS is actually fine, right? I kind of forgot about RFS completely. So, we're still in the first half of this. I don't like buying legendaries this early on. So we are going to save it. Again, keeping in mind, we likely will have to use points on meditation. That's just a regular-ass epiphany. No, man. Get deleted. Sure. Getting all our damn cards, that's for sure, man. Not gonna miss any epiphanies this time. Again, I think there is a case where you could use this in a lot of other situations, but I really do want to have as much value as possible early on with Spotlight, so we are going to try to reroll that for the 2 cost, and then, like, hopefully throw a Divine on or something. That's so funny. I completely forgot that Dominion can drop here, man. Like, bro, it's... We have a basics included, right? We could actually include have this, but I don't want to waste 2 AP on this for something that is only going to give us a few points of morale. Plus, this is really bad in the Arpeggio build anyways. You would only ever want to consider this in the multi-hit build, and I think that's still bad. I mean, it's a free engraving. I don't know. Sure. I don't think we're going to have... Oh, right. We're not doing 1-turn deck cycles, right? So, yes, we are absolutely going to have cards in our graveyard for that. Oh, shit. Boo. Boo. Blah. All right, it's just back to generic spotlight, I guess. We removed everything that we needed to, right? Yeah, cool. All right. What was my go-to persona again for the Heidi Marie Selena Mark comp deck? I have that in the deck guide. I'm pretty sure we have that one saved. My head is like very full of Tenebria decks right now, so I apologize. All that other stuff is just so far gone from my memory, it feels like at this point. Hell yeah, brother! I don't know that our health is ever going to be low, but... Sure. No, not a problem. Again, I wish I could be better about answering stuff on the fly, but my brain just too full. Wait, did we still not get... Oh, Jesus, shit, man. We have still not gotten this to Epiphany. That's not good. In call and response, we still have to make sure that this rolls into the other one, too, that can help us find our arpeggios. Extra engraving is not anything. Increase damage amount of attack cards they cost of 2 or higher by 30% one time per turn. Sure. Okay, I definitely get the engravings do be lacking side of things because this is a bit painful. Alright, we can't discard our dagger. That's fine at this point. That's free draw? Melkin, thanks for the follow. Nope. Yeah, we are set on that. I don't think there's anything else that we can meditate. No, Spotlight we're gonna keep, so we can try to YOLO a gear bag, I guess. I don't know, man. Nope. Nope. We're gonna choose music start here because if we don't get arpeggio, we're kind of screwed. Okay, we are kind of screwed. Oh shit, thank you. That, I guess that makes sense, but also really annoying at the same time. It's never the ones I need. Oh, gosh darn it, man. It's still an upgrade. I'm gonna take it anyways. We don't care about the other, but yeah, sure. Doesn't work in Great Rift, but will work in other content, so whatever. No, we want to Epiphany our card, so we just gotta bless up what we can and make sure that we complete our choices here. Bro, if we're not gonna get another shot before the boss, the final one before the boss, I'm so cooked. Oh, Jesus. I don't know. If we find a way to draw into that, I guess that's fine, but... I was trying to, like, throw this build together for you guys just to, like, meme on the Great Rift, and, I don't think it's gonna happen tonight. Sorry. Ah, bugger. We have nothing of that left. We totally forgot about a copy event, too. Because, again, we wanted to copy this, but it's the wrong one now. And Encore didn't get its Epiphany. No, we need to make sure that we can get this to get its Epiphany. So I think we just want to force the Epiphany on it instead. Okay, everything is wrong. Everything is... Never mind. We are coming out of this chaos with 0 epiphanies. Sorry, 1 of 4 epiphanies. Is there an... Please tell me there's like an extra shop. Brother, get out of here. All right, nope, I'm done. I'm gonna go catch up on sleep. That's ridiculous. Ugh. Feels bad, man. Oh, sure. Save data, 14. Oh, I guess rare fate increase? Like, what else is the difference here? Oh, it's 2 levels higher, that's why. Obviously hard modifiers. The decrease credits one sucks. Yeah, bummer on that note. Sorry. Yeah, I streamed last night when the patch went live. I worked. I slept for like an hour and a half. And now we're here. We just did another like 4-hour stream. So we streamed midnight to 7 a.m. So we've streamed 11 hours in less than 20, plus we worked 8 hours. You get the idea. Things are kind of rough. Anyway, so I do want to close with the where is my OBS? Yeah, cool. I do want to close with this because I am going to tweet about it, and I know people are going to be using it. So, again, unfortunately for Great Rift, things are going to look a lot different than what is going to be like an actual damage-optimized Tenebria. So, do keep in mind, Great Rift is just going to be wonky as hell for the next few days, but this Great Rift just sucks. Tenebria. So, initially, you know, my impressions were going to be that every rhythm card was additive based because 4 out of the 5 were. Unfortunately, it snuck by, and Arpeggio is all multiplicative buffs all the way up, which is just insane for damage stacking. which then means if we are able to find a build with Ray, because Ray has the most permanent damage boost that you can give over a turn, Ray is definitely going to be one of the best partners for her Arpeggio build, whereas someone like Narja or Adelheid is going to be best for her multi-hit build or her additive build, which is the second build on the screen here. Actually, I just realized it's probably a little bit small for this stream, so let me move that over. I guess it's already... There we go. Let me think about how to actually make this bigger so y'all can see it otherwise. So yes, Ray is going to be the best partner for the percentage build. However, Ray will be like unplayable for the other build. So there's going to be this big conversation around like, all new players still get Ray for free, right? It was just a mirror that's not for free for new players, if I remember correctly. So yeah, I think most players, because Ray is free, are going to be focused on the first build. I also want to say that this will likely scale better anyways, but it feels really bad to have Season 3 be all focused around multi-hitting, and there is very clearly this middle build, which was most likely meant to be the build for this season. Again, just based on everything else we know about this season and how everything else has come together, this middle build feels like it was going to be the one, and then I don't know what happened. Well, that's a lie. I'm going to assume what happened is they realized music start getting rid of every basic was too good, so they had to change music start, and that they then decided to instead say, okay, we are going to give arpeggio, and this is why it's going to be scaling. And now you're able to just go through this insane damage cycle to do unbelievable things otherwise. So it is definitely going to be the one that I think is going to have a lot of showcases. Fermata just felt bad. Fermata is the absolute GOAT, assuming that you have this very specific version of call and response. If you run this 2-card combo, and again, this Fermata, oh, shit, I just copied the wrong... Oh, I'm glad that we are talking about this because that is the wrong music start. Do. Boop. Oh, now it's going to kill me. Anywho, so the reason why we're using Fermata is going to be for 2 different reasons for these builds. So in the linked and multi-hit version, what matters is that you're able to now consistently get a extra +3 draw at the start of every single turn. So you add the +3 draw of Faceless Woman, and you add the +4 draw of the Fortissimo plus the call and response opener. I guess this one needs the extra copy. I'm going back and forth if we try to sneak one of these in or not. But it gives you a opening draw of +7 every single turn. And that's the build that I covered in today's video earlier of why that synergy is so broken. No, you're good. You saying that made me realize that I had the wrong card here. All of this is from Swamp. Actually, you know what? Good call out. I should add a icon for Swamp. See, this is why I wanted to close on talking about this, because we should have. How do I do this again? I think I have to go into here to do it. Nope. Did I just reset it last time, I guess? Okay. Boop. Oh, that's upside down. Um, I guess we just make it like as big as the logo. All right, we're gonna go with that. That's not really pretty, but maybe we like tuck this more off to the side. That looks very cluttered. Maybe I make that a little bit smaller even. Okay, that looks better. Is Encore on plus damage build means draw 2 if it draws a rhythm card? Is Encore on plus damage build? Oh, yeah. So the way that this works is that and I might change a little bit of this still, but with Spotlight, you're able to put 3 cards on top of your deck, draw 1, you play Encore, you immediately draw the next 2, and then you don't have any other you get the basics out of your deck basically. And so with Faceless Woman, again, you really just want to focus on getting that early draw 3 to help cycle through your deck a lot faster. So again, I think this one, I have to cut one of these to be a, you make one of these the draw here in this build. But the whole idea of this is that we want to get as many multi-attacks as possible. So call and response multi-hit is the way to go. You like this design more than the one in the dock? The team build one where it shows all the cards for each person, or which one in particular? Is there anything else that's wrong on this sheet while I'm looking at it again now? Yeah, no, I mean, which compared to which one? Like, because I do the Oh, I know what you're saying. You mean the one that's split with only 2. So the reason why I do uh let me pull up my Google Doc. I know what you mean now. Right? Like the reason why I only do the 2 and admittedly I try to like cram all this information in is because if I'm being super honest with y'all, nobody is going to give a shit about this third build. This third build might as well not exist. It's just I always try to highlight 3 very different builds for every character. But if you are like a more veteran player, you will absolutely be able to tell that one of these 3 builds is always bullshit. And it's always going to be the third one because I hope people don't make it that far down on the infographic. But I feel really bad for not including, 2 of them. So like, again, I mentioned this earlier, but like, if we were to talk about these 3 builds, this first one, once it's optimized, is probably going to be like S or SS tier, right? This middle one, once it's fully optimized, is probably like an A minus, a B plus. This third one is straight up F tier. You don't actually care about it. You're never going to realistically build it. It does work. It is functional on paper, but there is no content in the game where it is relevant. So like I like it to have it, but it is a meme. I will always be very honest that it is just a bunch of BS to add this third one here. But I hope that in the future, we will see more characters. A good example is 9. 9 actually did have 3 very different core builds because of her hue and made a lot more sense, but not every character has that. Also, this spacing is a little wonky now. But yeah, so I will always have these as day one. Again, some of this will likely change. Unfortunately, none of this will be reflected in the Great Rift because Great Rift is just extra stupid this time. And again, like, I make content. I know I shouldn't complain about having the opportunity to make even more content. The challenge is because Tenebria already forces you to have to go back and re-farm the other two characters that are on her team. If I really want to do all of my Tenebria showcases properly, I have to go back and rebuild 9 different Chaos decks. And as I'm sure many of you know, trying to rebuild 9 Chaos decks as well as having them optimized for Divines, I might not finish that before this patch ends. That's how long it's going to take. So, like, I'm going to try to figure out which one of these I want to build to you know, have a proper showcase on to full capacity. And I'm probably not going to bother with the rest of them. I'm just going to be super honest. The amount of time that it's going to take, like, I am not going to re-farm my Narja and my Adelheid decks just to go with Tenebria when I can literally just use Hidimari instead, right? Like, why would I want to use this Tenebria build when I can just use a Hidimari deck that's going to do similar damage, if not better? It feels rough. Arpeggio logo on the music star like the others? Well, this one is only ever arpeggio, right? These ones are flex. So that's why I want to include like what option it is. Because Fermata is the yellow one. So the issue is, if you want to do this, you can't play this build without having Faceless Woman on all your other supports. And I will tell you right now, none of my supports have Faceless Woman on them. Like, the +2 draw that we're missing is significant. Like, this build is quite literally unplayable without the extra 2 draw. Like, that is how optimized that this has to be. So, unfortunately, I do have to refarm. If I were to do this build justice and actually show comparable numbers, you do have to refarm it just so you can go find Faceless Woman on the same exact builds, right? Like, if I look... I don't think my Adelheid is finished now that I think about it. Or let's just even use Narja, right? Okay, Narja's a bad example because I didn't even finish her this season. Oh, right, because we only did the attack damage version of Narja. Okay, so in the case of Narja's, nothing's lost. I have to go refarm Narja anyways. But yeah. If you want to build, if you want to get the most out of Tenebria, yes, you absolutely need to go back and refarm every support that you're going to put with her, because the extra 20 to 40 points is significant no matter which way you look at it. And it is super frustrating. Yeah, the middle memory fragment is Scarabs. Hey, True Frost, how you doing, brother? So, again, I feel very confident, and I know this is like a bold take for only, you know, being less than an hour of the patch being live. But that's kind of how card games and deck builders go. I feel like now that I've tested everything, I guess what's the only thing I haven't tested or have seen other people use? Or I'm already in here. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say. We haven't done... I'm sure there's weird fringe builds that you could do with staccato if you really wanted to. I'm not going to bother. I'm sure this is a separate build for some other, like, super fringe supports. Can't be bothered. So, like, that is still on the table of, like, things to finalize. Spotlight is done. Call and response is done because, again, you are just going to be... This one, once you play with this once and you realize how much of a quality of life improvement this is, I could just never go back. And then the other one that I want to do, that is the only other one for me personally that is outstanding, is I want to find a way to make this version of Encore work. Like, this plus Arpeggio just screams like it's going to have some insane damage cap once you fully min-max everything. But the other Encores are just like, yeah, it's good deck thinning, but you're leaving damage on the table. Like, meh. And then this is just, we have all agreed by now that you cut this in every build. So, yeah, like, I feel very confident, other than some fringe min-maxing scenarios for, like, weird supports or trying to resolve which divine is best and trying to figure out what I always call AP and draw math for deck building. It's a very clear direction on where she's going to be, and it's these 3 builds. What cards do we add for the supporters if we want to rebuild them? That is a very much, it depends on who you're using. If you're using the middle build, everyone wants a Faceless Woman. If you're trying to do the % damage build, you're gonna want gearbox, gear, whatever it's called, because it's going to significantly increase your setup synergies as well as giving you permanent morale boosts. So, like, you are just leaving damage on the table by not going back and redoing them. But, so, that level of min-maxing will be added to the document. That will be added here at some point to one of these. So, if I get around to min-maxing the percentage build, it will be here. Gear bag, thank you. But until next time, like, I'm just going to have this across the board. But again, unfortunately, the min-maxing efforts are going to take us quite a bit of time to really go the distance. So definitely a wait and see. All right. Otherwise, I have been streaming way too much in a short amount of time. Also, thank you to everybody who checked out the video already. The fact that it's gotten over 10K views is legitimately amazing. So thank you. Thank you for that. I was very worried about how that video is going to go because I basically have not had any videos in 2 weeks. And that video looks very good to sponsors. So if you haven't already, make sure to go like that video and let the watch time run for it because it does help out quite a bit. And again, I'm trying to work on a sponsorship deal just so I can pay for costs like Anime Expo. So sponsors do look at those. So I'm going to try to do a overall guide video that talks about a lot more of these in depth. But that will probably be a Friday situation because I just don't have time between work and trying to farm the last couple builds that I want to do to like actually showcase it. So, yeah, we'll wait and see where that lands, but definitely I'll please look forward to future videos. Yeah, I definitely try my best to make it as digestible as possible. Like, look, I fully recognize that I'm a yapper. I apologize. I try to do showcases where I can, but I definitely want to try to I definitely want to try to cover as much as I can within a video without leaving something on the table I forgot about or what have you. Yeah, the gear here is just a generic DPS gear comment that I'm including. So I've changed up this format from my other slides a little bit. So yeah, I'll try to figure out how I might improve this a bit more in the future. Like maybe I decrease the memory fragments and I add like small notes here on the right hand side instead of just down here behind where my big head is at, but I am always looking for ways to improve this, but this is always the one that I tweet out. And then this is also what is the shell for, for like these builds. So I guess technically I could build out Tenebria now, but I'm gonna go sleep, bro. I'm exhausted. I think that's everything. Yeah, I might be forgetting something else, so I apologize if I am, but I'm going to be heading out of here. So, as always, thank you everybody for joining us here for another CZN stream. If you haven't already, because I probably forgot at some point, go hydrate, go drink your water, take care of yourselves. But otherwise, we'll be back here around 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night for even more Tenebria Brewing, showcasing all that good stuff. And tomorrow, we're going to be all about chaos jamming, so we can try and get the rest of the gear figured out. So until next time, my friends, stay safe, stay hydrated, and we'll see you in the next one. Cheers.